Doot doot doobity doo doo. Doot doot doobity doo doo. For some reason OBS changed my microphone setting and it was going to the wrong microphone. I had to fix it real quick, but we're here now, and that's what matters. Also, you can hear me now, and that's also important. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Hello, welcome back. Hello, 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 hello. It's Tuesday, innit? Welcome back. Yeah, hope you had a good weekend. Hope you had a good start to your week. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. We're back at it again. Ooh. I look so much like your brother today. I'm sorry to hear that your brother is so ugly. That's too bad for him. I'm sorry. Look an awful lot like Casey's boyfriend. You know, I am the guy. That is me. That is me. I am that guy. We are one and the same. well, a little bit of an announcement. I got a busy week. I'm gonna be going out of town. Going out of town tomorrow. I'm going to Las Vegas. We're gonna go hang out with Mike from PA and VO. Mike from PA and aka Central underscore Committee. It's his birthday, so we're going out there for his birthday. Mike Frumpa. So I'm gonna try to get some streams in while I'm out of town, but my normal schedule might be a little bit disrupted. Just a heads up. It's gonna be a it's gonna be a more of an impromptu stream when I can kind of situation. Me and Mike Frump share the same birthday. It's the 4th, right? It's the 4th. That's the day. Stream has been affected. That's fine. If you're missing streams, just sit down and imagine what I would be saying about whatever it is you're thinking about. The 3rd. Okay, I wasn't entirely sure of which day, if I'm honest. For those of you who have tried that trick, and I know some of you have tried this trick before, when you find yourself in a situation, you ask yourself, what would Papa Bragan do? Like, well, he would probably tell me to calm my breathing. He would probably tell me to not be so hard on myself. And he would probably say, I got a lot of strengths that I need to inventory. He'd also probably say something like, hey, hang in there. You got this. My brain's feeling a little scattered today because after stream today, I gotta pack. I gotta pack, and I got some stuff to do. But I'm not gonna apologize for it because I'm gonna obey my own rule here. Yes, and no apologies, that is true. According to this article on Psychology Today, you should stop apologizing. You should stop apologizing for your tears. And I've been telling you this. I've been telling you this the whole time. Research has revealed a link between crying and getting more out of therapy. You think? That's what I've been saying. You gotta feel it to heal it. Crying indicates an emotional release. Crying indicates a certain surrender to your emotions. And sometimes that's what you gotta do. Sometimes you have to surrender to your emotions. And I know what you're thinking. Surrender to my emotions? I've seen what happens when I do that. If I cry during a meeting, my psych guy tweaks my mids? What? Why? Is he trying to get you to not cry anymore? That's kind of messed up. Oh, I see you're crying. Here, these pills should help. You seem to have something leaking from your face. How about I throw a pill at you? Investigators have been conducting research on crying during therapy. People who cry also tend to experience a sense of progress in therapy. You cry a lot, and that's fine. Have you tried doing it productively? Have you stopped to ask yourself, now what are these tears for? What is this trying to help me feel? What is this trying to help me release? Under certain circumstances, people who cried also felt a stronger partnership with their therapist. Also, for people with insecure attachment styles, crying is also linked to feeling seen. Listen. Oh, I'm listening. Didn't cry at all. between ages 22 and 37. I hear ya. And you went to therapy and cried for 5 years. You're getting better now. Hey. I had to relearn how to do it. I had been so restricted for so long. I had to practice it. I had to practice it because I didn't like to feel so restricted, you know? It's like, I know, I want to feel the full spectrum of my emotions. Give me all of it. I want to take a little bit from the entire buffet. I want to fill my plate. I want a little bit of everything. Do you have any advice for navigating family gatherings where you feel obligated to attend but don't necessarily want to go? Have an exit strategy. Hey, it's so great to see you. Unfortunately, I can't stay that long. I got something coming up here in a couple hours, so I'm going to have to head out early. Just letting you know. You just got to go put your appearance in. 1, 2 hours. You know, most family gatherings don't run for longer than like 4 hours. And that's a bit of the long end. So if you can show up for an hour or two, you're good. Like, if you have a dog or a cat, you can make an excuse based on them. You can be like, hey, I can't stay that long. My cat has been throwing up, so I gotta be back to check on him. I can't leave him by himself for too long. And then they say, oh my god, what's wrong with your cat? Just be like, oh, the vet said he's fine. I just need to keep an eye on him. Advice on navigating family gatherings. I have more advice. That was just one bit. You don't even you don't even have to take the one that I gave you completely seriously. I'm gonna give you a more serious answer. Let's say you go to a family gathering. Who there do you like the most? Who there could you spend the most time talking to? If you have to go to a family gathering or any kind of gathering, just hang out with the people that you connect with the most. My strategy at family gatherings is to just go around and say hi to everybody. And that way, I'm not sucked into too long of a conversation with anybody in particular. I try to say hi to everybody at the party. You gotta make your rounds, as they say. Let me think. I'm thinking more about this. Hmm. You know, if there's a dog at the gathering, you can hang out with the dog. That's what I like to do. If there's a dog at the gathering, I'm like, hey, what's that dog doing? Oh, hello, Isaiah. My MIA moderator, missing in action. You've been on an important mod assignment for these past few months. I hope everything turned out well. It's good to see you again. Hopefully you took care of that thing that you were supposed to do. He was on special assignment. Hey, thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Isaiah. There are a lot of different strategies for navigating a family gathering that you don't really want to be at. I want to talk about it a little bit more because that's a good question. And the answer for you as to how you navigate that situation, it kind of varies depending on what it is about the situation that makes you not want to be there. Like maybe it's their politics. Maybe it's the feelings and memories associated with some of these people at the gathering. That's me putting it nicely. From me, I just get anxiety. Why do you think that is? Like they're nice people, but I'm anxious around them. Why do you think that is? Let's crack that nut. Judgment, maybe? Oh, so you're afraid of them judging you? That you're anxious because they might be judging you? Should they be anxious because you're judging them for being judgmental? Or are they actually judgmental? Honestly, getting over the thoughts and feelings of others and their opinions of you, it's the greatest feeling in the world. It's the greatest feeling in the world. You just gotta remind yourself, you can do everything right for somebody. You can be the nicest person on the planet, and they could still find a reason to not like you. Based on their own experiences, their own biases. I did everything nice and they still indicted me. It's true. Some people do that. Some people hate you when you're nice to them all the time because they're like, oh, you think you're so much better than me? You think you're better than me? It's like it's just their own insecurity. So you don't have to be insecure because of other people's insecurities, okay? I think it reminds me of the powerlessness I felt as a kid. They still view you as a child. Honestly, there are some pros and cons there. On the one hand, I'm the baby, gotta love me. don't know. I feel like as you grow, as you, feel more adult, they'll start to see that in you. You're always going to be their baby, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm the oldest of all of all of my cousins. I'm the old one. But, like, my aunts, I'm still a baby to them. I'm still their, and you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm like, the whole rest of the world is out there trying to see you like a grown-ass adult. It's like, it's okay if your family sees you as a baby. Because it doesn't have to be a bad thing. Hey, Cutie Cheeks, how's it going? Finally, a decent moderator. Sometimes I wonder if the only reason she doesn't like me is because I think she doesn't like me. Right? Like, if you think that somebody else doesn't like you, you're gonna do subtle things that you might not even be fully aware of that indicate to them that you don't like them. I can't tell you just how many times, because it probably happens all the time, that people don't like each other just because they think that the other person doesn't like them. Like, oh, they don't like me? Well, fuck that guy. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I got a lot to do tonight. I gotta pack because we're going out of town tomorrow. We're going to Vegas. I'm gonna try to get some streams up, but you know how it is. I'm gonna be out of town with Mike Frumpa and Vio, so I might be too busy pooping and farting and doing whatever it is we do out there. I would just say this, if you're the baby of the family, just try to enjoy that feeling, just like, even though they might like treat you like a kid, it's like, that's just because they want to protect you, and it's just because they love you. It doesn't actually say anything about who you are as an adult. It's just like, that's just the way they view you, because they've known you since you were in diapers. But honestly, they're crazy about you. I was made aware of and saw from Saturday's VOD that someone submitted a very inappropriate comment about your body in the question box. I saw. I didn't even talk about it, what did I say about it? I think I said it wasn't cool. If I didn't, it wasn't. I tend to discourage and avoid questions about other members of the community, especially ones that are just inappropriate. Some people just need to learn to take the question box seriously. The people who don't take the question box seriously don't take their mental health seriously. Just remember that. I keep hearing Born to Be Alive at the most important times right now. That's because it's become an anthem for your life. It's there to give you energy and the lift that you need. You're welcome. Actually, not just me. Thank you. Also, thank you to Patrick Hernandez, who wrote the song. Thank you, Patrick. Everybody say, thanks, Patrick. The thing about the question box is it is totally anonymous. Like, you have to submit an email address for, like, verification, I think. I don't even... But, like, I wanted it to be as anonymous as possible. Like, I don't want to know who submitted any of these questions. So I do realize that there are some pitfalls to that, in that some people feel more comfortable trolling when it's anonymous, but I just try my best to just ignore them and just not even give them any attention and just to keep moving. Because if you don't give them any attention, then it's like, okay, then they don't get anything out of it. So hopefully they just don't do it again. Like, I can't even see the email addresses that people put in. Because I respect the anonymity. This question came in late last week. You know, I don't like to leave a question unanswered, but this one came in right at the end, and I didn't see it last week on Saturday. Yeah, if anybody trolls the question box, I would just try not to take them seriously. It's like, clearly they're a coward. It's like they have to hide behind an anonymous question box to do it, so why would you take anything that they have to say seriously? They're a fucking weenie. I do handle over-controlling issues. I feel like there is so much to control and it's overwhelming. That's the thing. You gotta try to sit down and realize what it is you actually do control. Have you read anything by any of the Stoic philosophers? I got distracted because Stoicism came up, and it's one of my favorite schools of philosophy. Trying to have control over everything will undoubtedly overwhelm you. Because it's just too much. It's just... And the thing is, you don't really have much control. You know about Stoicism, but whether it's a good practice, you're not sure. I mean... You want to be stoic, but you don't want to be shut off. There's a misconception about Stoicism in that you're just like this piece of metal. You're just a piece of iron. You're just a big old hunk of something hard. But that's not really it. Stoicism is more about focusing on the things that are in your control and letting go of the things that aren't in your control. One of my favorite philosophers is a guy by the name of Epictetus. He also has got one of the greatest names in the history of humankind. You feel like everything is in control? Nope. Because you could be walking along, having all the control in the world, and then guess what? A tiny little rock from outer space. Tiny little rock from outer space. Phew! Bolt of lightning. Brain-eating amoeba. Swarm of killer bees. Sinkhole. Volcanic eruption. We should always be asking ourselves, is this something that is or is not in my control? What the Stoics will teach you is that the only things that are in your control are you. The only thing, you can't control what happens to you, you can't control other people, you can't control the weather. You can only control how you respond to all those things. Some things are within our power while others are not. Within our power are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever is of our own doing. Not within our power are our body, our property, our reputation, our office, and, in a word, whatever it is not of our own doing. Like, some of the, like, you could be an Olympic athlete, but you could have some sort of, like, congenital defect, and you just drop dead one day. Brain aneurysm. Faulty heart valve. Like, you can diet, you can eat right, you can save money, you can work out, you can do everything that they tell you you're supposed to do, and you can still get hit by a bus. Very true. Sometimes your actions can be involuntary, like when people develop a neurological tic. Or a reflex, like a sneeze. Control what you can control. I can control my emotions, my attitude, and my effort every day. While we may not be able to control all that happens to us, we can control what happens inside of us. No one saves us but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. And that's what I'm always trying to tell people. It's like, you're doing the hard work. You're taking all the steps. You're the one walking the path. I'm just trying to light the way for you. I can't make anybody take a single step. Stoicism was founded let me try to... I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I think it was Seneca. I think that was the guy. I think it was Seneca, but I could be wrong. Basically, Stoicism was founded as an ideological school by a guy who was a wealthy merchant, and he had a ship full of stuff, expensive stuff, and it got lost at sea. It was destroyed in a storm. So he was financially ruined. He was like, well, not much I can do about that. All I can do is keep going. The only thing I can control is what I do next. So Stoicism's not about not feeling your emotions. And that's where a lot of people get confused about it, is because we associate Stoicism with rigidity. We associate it with hardness, coldness. But that's not true. A person who is Stoic is in tune with their emotions. They allow themselves to feel their emotions. They just don't allow their behaviors to be guided and dictated by their emotions. They don't snap out of anger. What is this a picture of? Oh, the lady who got hit by a chunk of meteorite. What a welt. I think this can help with anxiety a lot. I agree. Just try to ask yourself every day, and this is stuff that people have been doing for thousands of years. Like, Stoicism is an ancient practice. And as Epictetus says, we should always be asking ourselves, is that something that is or is not in my control? Do I have control over this? Okay, if I do, what do I want to do about it? If I don't have control over it, I just gotta deal with it. I can control how I deal with it. See, people feel way too anxious in life when they feel like they have to have control over every little thing. Like, that will drive you up a wall. In DBT, Stoicism is pretty similar to radical acceptance. Yep. Radical acceptance, aka, it is what it is. It's my simplest way of explaining radical acceptance. It is what it is. Sometimes acceptance is not easy, though. True. Just give yourself the time you need to digest it. Hello. Hey, how's it going? And good afternoon. If you're interested in learning more about Stoicism, I would look into it. There's some great videos on YouTube about it. There are also some books if you're a book kind of person. Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius has a book. It's called Meditations. It's just basically just a bunch of his banger quotes. Just a bunch of his hit tweets. Do you think Stoicism can help with OCD? I believe so. Because what you'll realize is that You have more control over your compulsions than you might think. You might have to practice some urge surfing. You might have to put yourself through a little bit of discomfort, but that's how you expand your comfort zone, buddy. That's how you do it. You gotta make yourself a little bit uncomfortable so that you can be more comfortable in the future. Otherwise, you're just gonna continue to grow more uncomfortable. Hope I'm well. I'm doing fantastic. I've got, I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. Exciting. Marcus Aurelius. Not a good dad. Not a good dad, but a pretty good philosopher. As far as an emperor, I think he was kind of mid. We're gonna stream from Vegas. I'll try to make some time too. Maybe Vio will let me stream from her computer again. Maybe I can do another stream from Gremlin HQ. I need to trim my hair a little bit before I go, because it's going to be like 90 degrees in Vegas, and like this beard just isn't going to be it in that 90-degree weather. Like I'm going to be sweating from my chin. Do we know Alan Watts? Oh, we love that guy. We love that guy. Did you do little Albert? No, that was John Watson. Alan Watts is how do I describe Alan Watts in a few words? Almost like more of like a hippie philosopher type guy. He's pretty chill. I try to channel my Alan Watts energy. I try to channel my Ram Dass energy. But with my own flair, of course. The only person you can ever be is yourself, so don't try to be anybody else. Learn what you can from them. Just don't lose yourself in the process. There are birds that have gotten into the roof of my apartment and made their nest. I hear babies peeping, and it's honestly pretty loud, and I don't know if they're doing damage, as it seems like they've taken over a lot of area up there. They're probably not doing much damage. Birds don't normally do that much structural damage unless they are one of the type of birds that dig into wood, which not every bird does. Oh, my camera just freeze? Oh, whoa. Weird. You translated Eastern philosophies for Western audiences? That's what I'm up here trying to do. I feel like we're on the same mission. I'm trying to bridge the gap. I'm trained in the classical Western style of therapy, but I'm also taking everything I've learned from Eastern approaches to try to help people the most. Anyways, what would you do in a renting scenario? Call the landlord. That's all you can do, really, if you're renting. Maybe, and the birds will probably go on their way before too long. Birds don't typically nest for that long. It's like they're up there for maybe like a couple weeks as they start to grow, and then they go and fly away and start their own nests. I kind of just want to wait until they fly the coop, but it's getting pretty noisy. See, now it's an ethical dilemma. If you do something about the birds, those birds probably aren't going to make it. But if you want those birds to have a chance, you're probably just going to have to wait for them to fly the coop. So So I guess the question is, where do you stand on bird murder? Birder. Like me, I would leave them. I would just deal with it. I don't mind the sounds of birds, me personally, but they won't be there all that long. So I would just try your best to. But maybe after a few weeks have passed, it's like they're gonna keep nesting up there. They're probably gonna nest up there every year. They do it, you know, regularly. I would aim for a peaceful coexistence if possible. I'm just a fan of birds, okay? This came in at 11:48 a.m. 2 days ago. This came in on this came in on Sunday, 11:48 a.m. I'm like, why weren't you in church? I'm just like, people like find my question box link and then they'll submit stuff just at random times, and then I'm just like, huh. Alright. I don't know what the veggie dance is. I only know about the dancing sensory vegetables. That's all I know about. Is this what you were talking about? Is this what you were talking about? Is this the veggie dance? Or am I missing something? Double time. I don't know what that is. Alright, this one came in yesterday, Monday, at 6:55 a.m. And when we needed him most, he vanished. This came in yesterday. I don't stream on Mondays. Is that what this was? I don't stream on Mondays. Did you need me on a Monday? This is a Bible quote. Yep. Well, hopefully they're here today. I'm back. Guess who's back with a whole new track?
I don't know who the fuck need to hear this, but bitch, it ain't never too late to tell. I don't give a fuck if that motherfucker touched you back in 1952, bitch. If he's still alive today, you tell it. Because there's other kids walking around, there's other kids that are at jeopardy because of this person. And bitch, just because you got away with touching me don't mean you gonna get away with touching the next or go to your grave with them dirty ass secrets. So, to whomever out there is going through something and you want to tell it, fuck what they think. Fuck what they gonna say about you. Fuck how long they try to ridicule you because you waited. Bitch, I'm telling today. I got a voice today, and I need you to know today. Stop asking so many motherfucking questions, bitches, and start watching your motherfucking kids. Bitch, if I said he touched me, bitch, he touched me. Y'all bitches be wanting to know too much. Protect your motherfucking kids and start listening. Everybody ain't who they say they are.
Right? It's like you gotta tell your story. You gotta out the people who perpetrate these types of offenses. Otherwise, they just have free reign to continue doing it. But it's also understandable that it might be difficult and confusing, and it might take some time to figure out what exactly happened, or what exactly you went through. Tell them when you're ready. Tell them when you find the words for it. One day he'll tell his wife. You want me to tell his wife? Update time. It's update time. A crazy update. Went to see a glaucoma specialist and had some exams done. They numb your eyes and put this contraption on your eyeball. It was an insane exam, by the way. Anyway, after the exam, the doctor walks in and questioned the previous doctor who made it seem like I have glaucoma. I told him my experience, that the doctor had no bedside manners, talked like I already had glaucoma with no care on her delivery. She rushed me out while I still had so many questions. I then had to wait a couple weeks to see a glaucoma specialist thinking I have glaucoma. I stopped doing yoga, had to sleep with my head elevated, made adjustments thinking I have glaucoma. I was also starting to grieve my eyesight. I even questioned everything I saw and felt with my eyes. That is how sure this doctor was that I had it. The glaucoma specialist felt so bad he didn't charge me for the test because I do not have insurance. He was so sure that I don't have to see him until my next eye checkup. I'm so grateful that I do not have it, but the experience was anxiety-inducing. Some doctors go into the field for the wrong reasons, and you can just tell by how they treat you. Insane that she still has a job even after I complained to their corporate office. Thank you, Papa, for your patience. I know this was very sensitive. I was very sensitive with this. This was very shocking when it first happened. Hey, congratulations. No glaucoma. There you go. Cause for celebration. Like option one, it's like, yeah, sure, we could spend our time and our energy being upset at the doctor that gave us the wrong information. And you're valid in that. But beyond all that, it's like, oh hey, by the way, I'm not actually dealing with this condition, so that's a good thing. What a relief. With glaucoma, it's a condition that causes a degeneration of the optical nerve, causing a slow reduction in eyesight. Yeah, anytime you ever have a big diagnosis like that, I would always recommend getting a second opinion. You just want to make sure that it's accurate before you start investing all of this time and energy and money into treating something that you might not actually need to treat. Hey, that's good news, though. Thanks for the update. We're happy to hear that you don't have glaucoma. Hell yeah. I think this is the questioner from last week. But I didn't get to their bird nest question. Bird has made a nest in my apartment attic. After a few weeks of what I thought were hallucinations, I realized it has been birds chirping in my attic. Can we just talk for a second about how you just jumped to I must be hallucinating? It's like, oh, I'm hearing a noise. I must be hallucinating. Realize it's been birds chirping in my attic. I live in an apartment, and I finally told my complex, after much deliberation. I was really hoping they'd just fly out in spring, but it's almost summer, and the chirping is driving me insane, and I don't want dead birds in my attic. Also, I keep texting my ex, even though he wants nothing to do with me. Oh, that took a turn. How do I find peace in all this? By letting go. By walking away. Like, don't waste your time and energy trying to convince somebody who doesn't have any interest in reciprocating. You're trying to pour into an empty, cup with a hole in the bottom. Otherwise, you're just gonna end up a dead bird in the attic of love. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta get out there and fly away. It's spring. Time to leave the nest. Like, you don't need to get the attention of people who don't want to pay you attention in order to feel like you deserve attention at all. Invest emotionally in the people who do care about you and who want to engage with you. Those people matter more. I feel like I'll never truly connect with anyone again because I have no contact with my family and don't really have anyone else that's been in my life to talk to about it. Relationships, it's like a garden. You plant seeds, and then you have to continue to nurture and take care of those seeds until they grow. You can't get frustrated at the seeds for not giving you fruits and vegetables right away. Also, family is a feeling. You might not get that feeling from the people you're related to, but family is a feeling. So I would try to find the people that make you feel that way. Even if you've never really felt it before, there's a part of you somewhere deep down that knows what it ought to feel like. Acceptance, unconditional love. My tip is to be the love that you seek. Let that one cook for a while. Just think about that one. Try to be the love that you seek. Honestly, I wanted the birds to stay because I feel like just my body in this apartment is a waste of space, so at least I can provide for some additional lives while I'm here. Could get a bird. You want a pet bird? You want a little bird cage? Or maybe a cat? Are you into cats? Maybe a fish? Or maybe some plants? How do y'all define unconditional love? I would be too literal about it, but I'm hesitant to believe it in it as I understand it. Here's my example of unconditional love, the pork tree. I love you in spite of that opinion. Unconditional love can feel unattainable if you've never felt it before. I just think about my grandma. That's where I get it from. I think about the time I would spend with my grandma. I was just such a little ray of light in her life. But, I don't know. I never feel like I'm getting what I want or need. Sometimes when I cook food, I tell myself I'm cooking it for the child me who deserves it because I can't even rationalize cooking myself something I would want to actually eat. I feel like I'm beyond reframing. How do I work my life in perspective to actually love myself? How about you reframe your thoughts on reframing, first and foremost? Reframing isn't something that you're beyond. It's like reframing is an ongoing, continuous process that once you practice it, you're still doing it for the rest of your life. Like, I still work on reframing every day. It's not something that you're beyond. You just gotta keep doing it. You just gotta keep working on it. Sometimes it can take weeks, or months, or even longer for those new connections to form and for your brain to be rewired, but it can happen. Let me get through this question so that I can school the pork tree on what unconditional love actually is. And I'm going to do that because I love the pork tree unconditionally. I love you enough to say, you're actually wrong about this, so let me show you the right way. How do I rework my life and perspective to actually love myself? That's a good question. Just keep asking yourself that question. I would say just try to visualize. What would I be like? What would it feel like? What would I be thinking? What would I be doing if I loved myself just a little bit more? Just a little bit more. We want to love ourselves a lot more. That's the goal. But you have to start by loving yourself just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And then you keep working in that direction. Pork Tree had a statement about unconditional love, in that it feels borderline unhealthy. That's not unconditional love. Unconditional love is sometimes walking away. Sometimes unconditional love is setting a boundary, setting some distance. Sometimes unconditional love is, I love you, but I can't allow you to keep hurting me, so adios. Unconditional love does not mean enabling. It does not mean allowing your boundaries to be violated. It doesn't mean any of those things. It means I love you in spite of all those things, but I also recognize that what's best for me is some space. Love is conditional to me, even with pets and parents' loves. Oh. Just try to view it a little differently, I guess. Because what we want to have is we want to have unconditional love for ourselves. We want to love ourselves even if we don't like ourselves. Because when you love yourself, that is having the strength and the courage to be real with yourself and say, you know what? I don't like what I'm doing. I don't like the way my life is headed. I need to do something about it. You do that out of self-love, not out of self-like. Like, I try to have love for everyone in my life, even the people that I have no interest in ever seeing or talking to again. It's like I still love them. But they don't have to have a place at my table. But I don't want their table to be ruined. I want them to have a good time at their table, too. They just don't need to be at my table. My table has no space for them. I would say that all love is unconditional love. Otherwise, it's just like. If it has conditions, it's not love. If you have to say, I love you, but I love everything about you except this, it's like, is that really love? Or is that just like? The two get blurred together a lot. I would say try to find the part of you that has always loved yourself. Loving yourself isn't about liking yourself. Loving yourself is about being brave enough to say, you know what, I don't really like what I'm doing with my life. I don't really like how I feel about myself. I don't really like my behaviors or my addictions or whatever it may be. But I love myself enough to do something about it. Even though it's going to be challenging, even though it's going to be stressful, I'm going to do it out of love. Now, if you really want to practice loving, try learning to love your enemies. That's the real challenge. Just don't be your own enemy. Yeah, you're not there yet? Well, you'll get there when you realize that hanging on to hatred rots you from the inside. It's like a cancerous growth. It's like, just try to snip it out when you're ready. How do I learn to love the government? You don't. You don't love the government. That's some enlightened shit. Cutie Cheeks, you're like a couple decent meditation sessions away from enlightenment yourself. You're like this close. Maybe even closer. Maybe it's like this close. You know what enlightenment feels like? It feels like, oh. That's what it feels like. It feels like, oh. Okay. It feels like, aha. It's like, oh, you know what? I don't need to hang on to this stuff anymore. It's not really helping me. It's just keeping me angry. And that's just bleeding into all the other areas of my life. If there are things in your life that you struggle to let go of, whether it be past traumas, old grudges, people who have hurt you or, abused you in some type of way, if you're trying to learn how to let it go, I would start by asking yourself, what would it be like if I did let this go? What would it be like if I did forgive? Not for them, but for myself. Because when you forgive, it's not about telling the other person that what they did was okay. It's just saying, you know what, I'm over it. That's what forgiveness is all about. It's about being over it. Like, you know what, I'm done thinking about it. I'm ready to move past it. I don't need to think about it anymore. When I was a small child, I used to think I wish I could know everything. And then the more you learn, the more you realize that you don't know fuck all. It's like the only thing I know is that I know nothing. Process of learning is too fun for me. Good. You want the process of learning to be fun. That's what embracing a beginner's mind or a growth mindset is all about. It's like saying, ooh, more stuff to learn. This makes me harder, better, faster, stronger. In childhood, the veil between the spirit world and the material world is much thinner than adulthood. Spirits have an easier time talking to kids. There's a story my parents would tell me. There was a time that my mom says she saw a ghost, and it was like a young girl in like a red dress. And then one day, my uncle, her little brother, he was probably like 4 or 5 at the time. She hears him and he's just like talking to somebody and like laughing in the room by himself. And she goes in there and she's like, "Who are you talking to?" And he's like, "Oh, I was talking to this little girl." Wearing a red dress. I pulled out a Ouija board with Casey once, and we were just like inviting spirits in, and then some. It was just like, "Oh, how old are you?" He said, "Oh, I'm 5." I was like, "Oh, okay." And I'm reaching out to the other side. I'm talking to a 5-year-old. Cool. Didn't really have anything cool to tell me. I just saw an ice cream truck rolling through campus from the computer lab window. I've been sitting here since 10 a.m. working, but I feel like I need to do more and will not want to come back if I leave. I guess I need to hear I should go check out this event on campus with food, music, and a bouncy house, but thesis. I mean, you could probably take a break for like an hour or two, right? Just think about how much more motivation it'll give you to finish it up once you're done. You know what I mean? Go out and enjoy it for a bit. Because otherwise, you're just going to sit there thinking about, oh, should I go? What if I just went for a little bit? Like, oh, but I got to do. You're going to spend more time sitting there, like, flustered, like, why can't I focus? Why can't I work? It's like, no, you just got to just go to the thing for a little bit and then come back and do your work. The thesis will be there when you are. It'll be there waiting for you when you get back. Like, realistically, like, missing an hour or two probably isn't gonna hurt you. You might find it gives you just the refresher you need. That's why they do that kind of stuff at the end of semester at campuses and stuff. It's because college students need that time to de-stress because they're all so stressed about their thesis and their finals, their term papers. Go have some fun. Go get a snack. Like, realistically speaking, you would probably lose more productive time if you just sat there and tried to force yourself to work than if you took a break and then came back to work refreshed. Just saying. Before I get to this long message, I just want to say you know the rules. This is an apology-free zone, okay? I like long posts, so don't apologize for a long post, because I like them. How about that? Been unemployed for a year soon, but I might get a summer job at this archiving place in a department where they sort books out to be sent to and from the library. I got this through a job specialist who has been in contact with the employer. Thursday is the interview, and I'm so nervous. Oh, I'm sure you'll do great. One of the things she mentioned in the phone call pre-interview is that I needed to be very awake for this job as it requires you to have a good focus. The problem is, as I've been unemployed for over a year, I sure do look like it. I don't feel like I look awake or professional. I look like I'm struggling, and I know I'll struggle with looking awake and energetic. How do I give a good impression when I know I will and I wear my mental health on my sleeve? I'm super nervous even when I know it's not even tomorrow. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. And the question continues, but I just wanted to pause here for a second and say something. You just have to borrow some motivation, okay? Just borrow some motivation, then you'll pay it back later. Just reach out to your future self. Reach out to your future self, the version of you that has already been working this job for a few weeks. Just look into the future and say, what will it feel like if I've been working this job for a while? You might feel more accomplished, more capable. So don't blame yourself on how you feel about yourself right now. Try to focus on the person that you are in the process of becoming. Also got some great practical tips in the chat as well. I have social anxiety and get super nervous. She did say the phone call that the interview wasn't that formal because it was a 5-week summer job, but I'm so nervous. You might be overthinking it a little bit. You might be overthinking it just a tad. So if you would agree that you might be overthinking, just try to underthink it. try to think it a little less. I'm sure you will do great. So just try to ask yourself those questions. What would it feel like if I did great? What would it feel like if everything went well? We're trying not to listen to anxiety too closely, and we're trying to redirect some of that anxiety into excitement, because anxiety and excitement, they're two sides of the same coin. So just try to imagine yourself in that interview and after that interview and just say it went well. If it's not going to be that informal, it's probably not going to be that informal. It's probably going to be relaxed and chill, and the person's going to be nice to you, and you probably don't have much to worry about at all. They probably just want to make sure that you're not some sort of degenerate that's gonna steal the books or start smearing poop around the place. They just want to make sure that you aren't just gonna go there and just sleep all day. That you're actually gonna do whatever it is that they need to have done. So, like, you already did well in the pre-interview. The regular interview is probably gonna be pretty similar. If you already made it through the pre-interview, then your chances are already looking good. The recruiter wouldn't have put you forward if they didn't believe in you, because the recruiter believes in you, so that's at least one person. I also believe in you, so that's 2 people. Some people in chat probably believe in you too. So just count them to your people who believe in you counter. In my mind, you already got the job because they pre-interviewed you and then said, hey, you want to come in for the actual interview? It's going to be a piece of cake. They probably already did in their mind that you're already hired. They just want to make sure, And they probably just wanted to have you like sign some paperwork or something, like a tax form or whatever. Expect it to be just very laid back, very casual, easy, smooth sailing. You basically got it already. I would say that the rest of it's just a formality. Alright, I'm doing it. I'm leaving the lab and heading to the ice cream truck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would say the only reason why they want you to come in person is just to double check what they already know about you. It's like they probably already want to give you the job. They just want to make sure that you actually can show up. Because you never know. It's like if they just do it over the phone, it's like they want to make sure you can actually get there and do the job. You know what I mean? It's like if you don't show up to the in-person interview, it's like, oh, so you don't have transportation or you aren't reliable to show up. As long as you make it to that interview, you're probably just fine. So my tip, my recommendation would be to go in and just appear interested about the job. Just ask them questions about the job. This will show them that you're interested in the job. I would go in there and basically act like you already got the job already and just start asking questions about it. And if I may have another question packed into this one, don't get mad. Grrr. 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 I'm so angry. Just kidding. I had you fooled, didn't I? I wonder if me being unemployed for a year and then at a smaller job for a year and then being unemployed again for a year, if I should go into the study I'm planning on late August. It's for being a nurse to pets. I just feel like if I study this for the 3 years it requires, that nobody will even employ me since the times I've been unemployed since school adds up to 2 whole years with 1 year of working. Should I study? Yeah, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. Like, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Gaps in your employment history don't really matter. Like, most employers don't really care. They just want to know, like, what you were doing with your time. Like, my aunt, she... Like, her unemployment... Like, she went, like, a decade. Or, like my mom... Like, my mom became a housewife. She, like, was raising kids. And she did that for, like, over 10 years, and then she went back to work. Like, so she had a big-ass gap in her history. So if they ask, what were you doing in this time? Just be like, oh, I was just doing some, Some people might consider it unethical, but you can literally just make things up. You can say, oh yeah, I was just doing some freelance work. I was just doing some work for friends for cash under the table. I was, studying. I was taking care of a family member. You stretch the truth a bit on your resume? Good, you should, because everyone does. If you go into a job and they ask you to explain this gap in your employment history, you can just look at them and say, no, I will not be explaining this gap in my employment history. you care to explain this gap in your employment history? No, not really. Explain this gap, and then just start shaking your ass. But yeah, gaps in your employment history really aren't that big of a deal. They might be made out to be a big deal, but really they aren't. Like, people regularly leave work and then come back like years later. It's like it happens all the time. It's like you've got a bunch of old people going back to work, like coming out of retirement, like they've been retired for 20 years, but they have to go back to work. If it's something that you want to do, I'd say go for it. Also, if you have like gaps in your employment history, it's like if you did any like volunteering or you were in school, it's like that stuff matters. Like, but yeah, realistically, most places don't care because they're just trying to find a warm body to do the job, you know what I mean? Like, they don't really care. As long as you're not gonna start stealing stuff. As long as you're gonna show up on time and not start spreading poop on the walls, you're not gonna start stealing the copper pipes, you're probably fine. One time I truly refused to hire someone was that they had too many jobs. That, yeah, right? Like, that's a bigger red flag than somebody not having enough jobs. It's like, oh, I've seen you've worked 15 jobs in the past 2 years. But yeah, it's just a seasonal temp position. This is probably one of the most casual job arrangements that exists. Hey, what's the difference between weird and normal? I don't believe in normal, if I'm being honest. I've never met a normal person. I've only met weird people. People tend to equate normalness with average. Like, I guess you could do that. You could assume that normal people are the most average people.
I still haven't been able to get my damn phone.
They haven't?
No, I'm going back up in, like, now it's been 24 hours, so maybe my account is public.
Shit. Why'd it take them so long?
No, it's so crazy. Like, every time I go up to the phone service, they just, like, pull up my account and they look at me and they're like, I have never seen an account that looks like this before.
Like, they don't teach them about that stuff even? It's that secretive?
It's that secretive.
CYH with the tier 3 sub. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. What happened to Casey's account? Oh, she's got a VIP account. And she has to.
It's because I got a settlement from T-Mobile for them giving away my info, so they had to super protect it.
She's on the.
So I'm on the same account as like the president.
Yeah, like you have the same level of service as like celebrities and political figures. What's the difference between weird and normal? I don't know. You'll probably spend the rest of your life trying to figure that out. Because as soon as you start to feel like things are normal, that's when they start to get weird again. That's life, you know? I feel like for most people, normal is just what it is that you are used to. It's what you're accustomed to. And so things that are weird are things that you aren't accustomed to. Things that are outside of your normal range of experience. So if you live in a part of the country that, you know, you might have an entirely different expectation of what is normal than if you lived in a different part of the country. I would say that weirdness is what helps keep life entertaining. Within normality, things become predictable. We like a little bit of weirdness. It's what keeps things fresh. Most importantly, don't be afraid of being weird. Don't be afraid to embrace your own weirdness. It's okay to be weird, just don't be a creep. There's a distinction here. You can be weird, just don't be a creep. Most of the people I love, I end up loving because they are weird. Precisely. What makes you weird is also what makes you unique. It's what makes you you. It's what sets you apart. So embrace it. Creep is someone weird, not respecting boundaries. Yeah, sending unsolicited dick pics, that is a creep behavior. Stalking someone on social media, that's creepy. Parking your car outside of a high school, that's creepy. We're trying to make a distinction between weirdness and creepiness. It's like, I love weirdos, but creeps, on the other hand, they give me the heebie-jeebies. Also, there is no such thing as normal. Normal is just based on what you're accustomed to, and so there are 8 billion people in the world. They will give you 8 billion different definitions on what normal is. YouTube, huh? Okay.
Gracie's Corner. Like and subscribe.
What? What's that voiceover? Like and subscribe!
Like and subscribe.
So this is the veggie dance? I'm not watching this. I'm sorry, I'm not watching this. Like, what's the dance, though? I want to see what the dance is, but we're not watching the whole thing.
Eat 'em up. I love my veggies. I love my veggies. I love my veggies. Yeah.
Alright, I've heard enough. I've heard enough. You need the brain domain to do this? Alright, if we hit 200 subscribers, I'll do the veggie dance. Sorry in advance. Let me just go ahead and bonk you in advance. How many times do I have to... I'm starting to think you guys like being bonked. Like, how many times do I have to tell you to stop apologizing to me? I have no interest in your apologies. There is nothing to forgive. I'm starting to think that some of you just like getting bonked. Let me just go on the record here. You don't have to apologize for sharing how you feel. You don't have to apologize for the length of your message. You don't have to apologize. That's literally what we're here to do. We're here to talk about what's on your mind. We're here to talk about what you're struggling with. I don't care how long your message is. So don't apologize for it. I don't want you to feel like your feelings are something that you have to apologize for. See what I'm saying? I don't have to apologize for faking those Jakey submissions a few months ago. So that was who was making the counterfeit submissions. Sorry, but that's straight to jail. Why does my camera keep freezing? Huh. Huh. Okay. I have a program on in the background? No. I don't, really. Mostly my OBS, the broadcasting software I use. It's all these graphics and stuff I have. It's pretty intensive. This space that you see behind you. My father was verbally abusive to me and my mom growing up. 15 years ago, I went no contact with him and have found my life improving in many ways because of it. However, I felt like an outsider in my own house. I'm wanting to remedy that. I tried to spend more time with my mom. The problem is I don't like being around her at all. It is what it is. I guess I feel familial love for her and would be sad if she was gone, but she's been functionally out of my life for so long that I've severed any form of emotional dependence on her. She picked up a lot of my father's bad habits like gaslighting and belittling my feelings. Plus, she constantly enabled my father to do whatever the hell he wanted to me, or she would even make it worse. I resent her still because of this. Plus, I resent her because I place a lot of my developmental issues on her as well. I was barely socialized as a kid. I mostly spent free time with my abusive family. Now I have social anxiety and no friends or relationships as an adult male. Looking for a friend? Got you. We probably have some volunteers in the chat. Anybody? Anybody? Any takers? This is a great place to practice working on social anxiety, and it's also a great place to make friends. Just saying. She's not in good health, and I know my time with her is limited, which plagues me with guilt whenever I prioritize my own sanity by turning her down when she wants to see me. What do I do? I guess my question for you would be, how do you want things to end? On what note do you want things to end on? It's a painful and difficult decision to make as an adult child with a parent who is in bad health, and the questions that might linger in your mind, like, why did they do what they did? Why did they allow this to happen to me? Why did they treat me this way? And those are some questions you might not ever get answers to. But you still have time to talk about those things with her if you choose to do so. All you can do is try. You might be able to get some of that closure. Is it possible for you to spend time with her in a way that feels more meaningful to you? I think that could be possible, but there are probably some barriers that the questioner kind of wants to move past before they can really have like that meaningful relationship. Because what I'm hearing is that just the way that you've been treated has caused you to just emotionally disconnect from this person. And so I guess if you're looking for a meaningful relationship, it just depends on what type of meaning are you looking for. Also, sometimes when it comes down to a person who is sick and near the end of their life, sometimes you may learn that you're not going to get all the answers that you want out of them. You're not going to get the closure that you're looking for. But also, sometimes you don't want to end things on a confrontational note. Like waiting until somebody's on their deathbed to be like, why did you do that to me when I was a kid? Like, why did you say that? Like, why did you say that? Like, I don't know. They probably don't even know themselves. But the fact of the matter is they've probably got their own guilt and regret and remorse that they're dealing with. They probably wish that they could have been a better parent. They probably wish they could have done things differently. And so there's no shame in coming together and say, you know what, I wish things had been better. I wish that things could have been different. Do you think that you will regret it if you don't see her? Because she wants to see you. She's trying to make an effort to actually see you, and that's something that your dad isn't doing. Like, your dad's not making any effort to try to see you. I try to do activities with my mom, but she quickly gets frustrated, tells me I'm telling her what to do, or makes it all about her health difficulties. It's like, parents often lose sight of the fact that it's like, where do you think that you learned these things from? It's like, if a parent's getting frustrated with you for acting a certain type of way, it's like, where do you think that you learned it? You probably learned it from them. So I would just say, what are some things that you would want to not leave unsaid? What are some things that you want to talk about? What are some things that you need closure on? What are some things that you know would haunt you if you didn't get them off your chest? My mom doesn't have big health issues that affect her mobility, but she still hates if she feels like I'm forcing her to exercise. Like, you're not forcing her to exercise. Eventually, her own mobility issues will force her to exercise. Eventually, her own body will force her to exercise. It's like, you're just trying to help. I don't know. I would just try to take some time to spend with her, because I feel like on some level you know that you'll regret it if you don't. There's gonna just be even more unanswered questions. So I would just try to find that closure that you can, and just, you know, take this opportunity to talk about some things that you might not have talked about before. Like how it was growing up. Because the fact of the matter is that she was also abused by your dad, and so in some ways she may have enabled his behavior, but you also have to remember that she was also a victim in that situation. So maybe you guys can just, if anything, just try to understand each other better. I think I have body image issues, but I'm not sure what to call it. All my life I've subconsciously told myself I was ugly. On the contrary, people tell me the opposite, but I just can't believe them. Weirdly enough, though, I agree with them when I look in the mirror, but then I find myself saying that I'm not beautiful, or I find something I don't like about myself, and use it as a reason to say I'm ugly. I really don't get why I do this, but lately I've been telling myself to own what I've got, Though strangely, I feel a bit guilty when I'm with friends. I'm just utterly confused and ashamed that I have this weird problem. It's not a weird problem. This is a very common problem. This is something that a lot of people deal with. A lot of it has to do with the inherent biases that everybody has. The human brain is wired with a negativity bias, and this also applies to our perception of self. If there's a little something about us that we don't deem as perfect, it's going to become a glaring imperfection for us. It might be a little bit of extra weight, it might be a small little blemish or something that's asymmetrical. But you're losing the forest for the trees. When other people tell you that you look good, believe them. Believe them. Instead of immediately jumping to, oh no, they can't possibly be right, and trying to like prove them wrong, then this goes for, I want you to apply this to not just physical appearance, but compliments in general. If somebody has something nice to say about you, believe them. Don't just immediately jump into, well, now here's why they must be wrong. Here's why they must be mistaken. And so it might be confusing, as you've said, you feel confused by this, and that's natural. That's cognitive dissonance. The brain can hold on to two conflicting beliefs at the same time. I think I'm beautiful, I think I'm ugly. Both of those beliefs can exist in your brain at the exact same time. But there's no need for shame in this equation, because what you're going through is something that most people deal with at certain points in their life. I try to be positive, but it doesn't help that my mom says you'll catch anyway after you lost that weight. G&G. G&G, I have a technique for you that I'd like for you to try practicing with your mom. I have a technique for you that I'd like for you to practice. Whenever she says some out-of-pocket stuff like that, I want you to just look her in the eye. No emotional response from you, you're cool as a cucumber. And I just want you to say, how are you trying to make me feel when you say that? You want them to, like, they're trying to feed you a shit sandwich, and I want you to just, why are you serving me this? What do you want me to do with this? It puts the other person into a position where they have to reflect on what they just said, and they have to reflect on the way that it impacts you emotionally. So I would just ask them, how are you trying to make me feel with what you're saying to me? Like, what's your goal? I have an exam in 4 days and I'm tweaking out. Just make sure to take time for breaks. Make sure to take time for breaks. You'll be more effective if you take time for breaks. Don't worry, I'm sure you got this. You're gonna use that one? I've heard that it's been quite effective. I've used it in my life, and it's a technique that I've also taught to people. It's a great way to initiate a conversation with someone who normally says something, like things that are like, they put you down, or they're dismissive, or, you know, they're insulting. Instead of allowing yourself to feel however it is they're trying to make you feel, just don't play their game. Make them play your game. And so when somebody says something to you that's insulting or out of pocket, just look them dead in the eye. Just look them dead in the eye and say, "And how is it that you are trying to make me feel with what you just said to me?" I want them to say it. I want them to acknowledge it. I want them to own up to it. It's like, you just said, something that was meant to make me feel bad. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me I said that because I was trying to make you feel some type of way. I want them to actually start thinking about, oh, how did I make them feel with what I just said? And if they ask you why you're asking, just be like, well, I could see what you were trying to say is trying to put me down. How would you feel if you were asked the same thing? How would you feel if the same thing was said to you? Give that a try. I'm interested to see how that works with her. I've found that technique to be fairly effective. If anything, it normally will... Maybe they won't give the response that you were hoping for. Maybe they won't apologize and say, oh, I didn't mean to be mean, I didn't mean to put you down. Maybe they'll flounder and they'll be like, well, you know I wasn't trying to mean that. I'm like, if they do that, if they're like, well, you know... Or if they're like, no, I need you to tell me. How are you trying to make me feel when you say that to me? Any tips on how to calm myself down? I randomly start to stress over the exam in the middle of the day. First and foremost, don't forget to breathe. If you can breathe like a calm person, it helps to calm your body, which helps to calm your mind. Do you feel like you've studied enough? Do you feel prepared? Sometimes I find that preparation can help with anxiety as well. I used to play games and stuff like this happens. I'm slightly underprepared. Well, you got 4 days. That's plenty of time. What would help you the most? Note cards? Going over your notes? My most effective study strategy was I would go through all of the material and just try to identify things that would make a good test question or a good exam question, and then try to learn that stuff. Like, oh, they're probably going to ask me about this theory. Oh, they're probably going to ask me about who invented this thing. They're probably going to ask me to explain this topic. The content is huge. So be it. C's get degrees, bud. That fear of forgetting will help you to remember, as weird as that is. And then after you're done, after the class is over, you will immediately forget it all, because that's the way our school system works. Cram at the end, and then immediately forget everything. Just try your best to feel as prepared as you can. You'll probably never feel 100% prepared. So maybe you feel 90% prepared. Maybe you feel 80% prepared. Just find a level of preparedness that makes you feel just a little less anxious. Because that's what that anxiety is trying to get you to do. When you feel that random anxiety, that's part of your brain that's like, you should be studying. Are there any other classmates that you might be able to study with? If it's a lot of material, it might be helpful to have a study buddy. Another YouTube. If this is another... Oh my... What is this? Yeah, but I can't disturb them. It's a very important exam. If it's an exam that you're taking and they're also taking, it's like you could help each other by reviewing the material. Having a study partner can help a lot because you ask each other questions, you give each other a different perspective. Even if it's just for a couple hours, you know, you've still got a few days. But even if you just took like 1 or 2 sessions to just like sit down with somebody else who's also studying, just to like review and go over it together, could be helpful. What is this? What is this? Who put this in the question box?
Been married a long time ago. Would you to come from? What you to go? Would you to come from? Bacalado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago. Would you to come from? What you to go? Would you to come from? Bacalado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago. Would you to come from? What you to go? Would you to come from? Bacalado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago. Would you to come from? What you to go? Would you to...
I kind of love it, but I also don't want to sit here and watch the whole thing because that's not really what I'm about. Man, if I was 15, this would be the funniest fucking video I've ever seen. But I'm 30... How old am I? How old am I now? Fuck. I'm in my mid to late 60s. I had a year to study it, but I feel like I would do a lot better with 1 more week. Well, you got 4 more days, partner. Just try your best. Learn what you need to learn, reinforce your weak spots, but also trust in your ability to improv. That's the secret to exams. You joke, but I keep forgetting my age and having to work it out. Yeah, I don't remember how old I am. I have to do the math. It's like, am I 36 or do I turn 36? I don't fucking know. I stopped counting after 30. It's because it's like, why bother? Oh, Maddie Bear's here. Finally. I was wondering what happened to that guy. The thing is, I used to be a great student, but since COVID I fell off. Now I don't trust myself. I think you just need to return to yourself, you know? It's like... you just gotta find your groove. You gotta get your groove back. Also, it's really normal to feel underprepared. It's really normal to feel inadequate, especially at the end of the semester. Like, I went to college, I went to graduate school, and that feeling will remain. Plan to get ice cream failed? I'm now sitting in the woods, crying and listening to the frogs to call to each other? Do I need more questions to discuss, or are there plenty to review? After this one, I've only got one more, so I need more questions. Beast Fury, let me just say one thing. It's that fear of inadequacy that helps to keep you sharp. It's that fear of not doing well enough that helps you to perform at the highest level. The people who perform the best have that type of pressure because that's what helps to drive them to perform at the highest level. It's the people who are overconfident that fail. It's the people who are too sure of themselves that fail. It's the people who assume that they've got nothing to learn that fail. Come in. Plan to get ice cream failed. Do they run out of ice cream? Do they run out? I guess you'll just have to go get your own ice cream. You deserved an ice cream. You've earned an ice cream. The plan to get the ice cream may have fallen through, but the plan for you to take a bit of a break, that's still on course, so... It's important to get your frog time in also. It's important it's important to get in your frog time. It's just a frog break. It's essential. It's a good frog break, that's just good self-care. I've noticed a significant decline in my motivation to get dressed up and look nice when leaving the house. This shift concerns me as I used to take pleasure in presenting myself well. What could be underlying this lack of motivation, and how can I regain my enthusiasm for self-care and presentation? Oh, I love this question. Self-care is something that we often have to remind ourselves that we deserve. Sometimes self-care feels silly or meaningless or like something that we just don't have time to do, but it's something that we have to make time to do. This change in your perspective, this change in your approach, it doesn't have to be entirely bad. Because in some ways, it's actually quite freeing to not care so much what other people perceive of you. But it's all about finding a balance. It's about finding a balance in, I look good because I want to look good. It's not that I'm trying to look good because I want other people to be like, oh, they look so good. Oh, wow, so pretty, so beautiful. Like, that's not what you're looking for. You want to look good for your own sake. You want to look good because it makes you feel good. I would say that your awareness is your biggest strength here, and so that is also going to be the tool that you're going to use to rebuild that motivation, and the tool that you're going to use to help to prioritize your own self-care more. I can see it in my mind's eye. I'm imagining myself at Walmart. You know, when you go to Walmart, it's almost like a dress code. So it's almost like, oh yeah, wear the Cookie Monster pajama pants. Wear your slide-on sandals. But you don't want to dress like you're at Walmart everywhere you go. The world is not a Walmart. So, your question was, how can I regain my enthusiasm for self-care and presentation? Whenever you're getting ready, just take a moment to pause and be mindful and just ask yourself some questions. How do I feel? Or how would I feel if I wore this versus how would I feel if I maybe put a little bit more effort in and dressed up a little bit? Which one would feel better for me? I just had a bunch more questions pop in, and I'm about to have to take a bathroom break. This coffee's working its way through me. No, like, I've been there myself, questioner. This isn't something, like, this is something that a lot of people go through. Like, there was a time in my life where it's just like, fuck it. Let's just wear sweatpants. Like, who cares? I wore this shirt yesterday. Who cares? And so the question is, why should I care? We don't want to care about our appearance for other people's sake. We want to care about our appearance for our sake. So why should we care? Does it make you feel good? Does it make you feel cool? Does it make you feel hot? These are all valid things that, you know, it's good to feel confident in your own appearance. So, when it comes to regaining your enthusiasm for self-care, make time for it. Work it into your schedule. Do things for no other reason than because you want to do them and because they are good for you. So mindfulness is your best friend here. So I would just lean on it. Lean on that oh, I started to fade away there. Lean on that mindfulness, all right? Like, whenever I started practicing self-care myself, what I would do is I would ask myself questions, and I would use visualization, and I'd be like, if I was just taking a little bit better care as far as like self-care goes, what would I be doing differently? And then just slowly start implementing those things. It's some just you're relearning stuff that you already knew how to do. It's just a refresher. Alright, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, hang out with this cat camera, and I'll be right back. Man, that cat is sleeping. That cat is sleeping. Fucking cardboard talk. Oh, I was hiding behind it. You just didn't see me. Alright, let's get back to business. Let's get back to business. I've been out of work sick and mildly depressed for 2 days. I have to return to work tomorrow, and people are already shaming me for being out and pressuring me to return? Really? Really? Like, shame can be motivating, but shame is one of the worst motivators there is. Like, no, if you're out of work sick, it's like, what do they think you're doing? Do they think you're out at the arcade? You're just out at the arcade. You're playing hooky. You went to the carnival. It's like, no. The thing about shame, though, is that other people can suggest shame to you, but you don't need to allow yourself to feel it. It's like let them try. It's because I'm never out, and the day I'm out, I have 2 new trainees I'm supposed to be training. So it sounds like you're a valued member of their staff, and they should probably be more supportive and encouraging rather than shameful. Or am I just stupid? Like, clearly they need you. They should be more encouraging. I don't want to tell them my symptoms. I just want to return to work and be left alone, but the work environment is so nosy. What should I tell people? I had diarrhea. That's what you should tell them. I'm being completely serious. I'm being completely serious. When you drop the D word, people stop asking questions. Just be like, I think I had food poisoning. I was just on the toilet non-stop, just out both ends. It's like, oh, okay. They'll stop asking questions. They'll just say, I'm glad you're feeling better. I legit shit my pants at the grocery store yesterday, so it's not a lie. I've worked in places, like I worked at big box retail, and that was the type of environment where, like, if you called out of work, like, they were gonna give you a hard time for it because they were always understaffed and always making people work more than they needed to, and you know what big box retail is like. But what I've learned is that if you mention the word, diarrhea, people stop asking questions. They just are like, oh. The funny thing is that it's 100% true. There's just something about the word diarrhea. It puts an image in people's head, and they're like, well, now I regret asking. It's like you've been sick. It's like, are they nosy? They probably got their own reasons for being nosy. It's like maybe they like you, maybe they want to learn more about you, or maybe they're just bored. I'm so scared to go back and end up shitting my pants at work. Wear some protection. Wear some protection. Just roll up some TP. Roll up some TP, and there you go. Now you got a natural little barrier. Just walk around with that. Just walk around with that stuck in there. That'll serve enough of a stopgap measure. It'll catch anything before it gets too bad, and you'll be able to waddle your way to the bathroom in time. What? I've been there. You never had the stomach flu and you can't trust your farts? It's like you gotta put something in there. Just in case. In case of sharding. It's Boy Scout. It's a Boy Scout thing. Be prepared. Even for a shart. That's one step away from just wearing a diaper. No, you don't have, this is to avoid you having to go full diaper. Like, yeah, people are just curious, you know? It's like anytime somebody's out of work for a couple days, it's just kind of natural to just be like, huh, I wonder what's going on with them. Skeenerbug's right. The man pawn is a much, it's much more discreet than a full diaper. If you wear a full diaper, everybody's gonna know. You're gonna see the bulge. Also, yeah, keep an extra pair of undies and an extra pair of pants, just in case. I already packed them, but it's just sweatpants. If I shit, I'm going home. You know what? I'm kind of with you on that one. If I shit my pants at work, it's like, I'm not going back to work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I gotta go home and live with myself. I gotta go home and try to forget that I just shit my pants. Like, I don't care who you are or where you work. It's like, if you shit your pants, if I was your boss, I'd be like, take the rest of the day off. You've been through enough. Or you can tough it out if that's what you want to do. You need the money. You need the hours. But if you're salary, I'm sorry, but if you're a salary person, you shit your pants, just take the day off. So yeah, if people ask why you were gone, just tell them I was shitting. Like, people get almost comically uncomfortable whenever you bring that up. They're like, oh, you weren't here for a while. What was happening? It was like, Oh, I was having diarrhea. And the look on their face like, oh, I didn't know you were allowed to even say the word in front of other people. I thought that was forbidden. Sometimes people can be so funny in a work environment. How do I talk to my subconscious? Now that's a question. How do you talk to your subconscious? You don't. You don't talk to your subconscious, you listen to your subconscious. If you want to talk to your subconscious, you do that by planting seeds in it, making suggestions to it. But you don't really engage with it directly. It's like you might be able to bring things up to the surface. I want you to think of your brain like an ocean. Like you're up at the surface, and the subconscious, those are the things that are below the water but still able to be brought up to the surface if you work to bring them up. And then beneath that is your unconscious, which is the depths. So the way you talk to your subconscious, you listen to it and you try to see what is going on down there. You see what starts to come up to the surface. And then you just ask yourself questions. Allow your brain to think. Just allow your brain to go in the direction that it's trying to go. And I find that it's one of the most helpful ways in tapping into your subconscious is to just watch your brain as it's thinking and just see where it goes. It might take you to some unexpected locations. You might have some unfamiliar or, old thoughts pop up that you haven't seen in a while. So the thing about the subconscious is it's part of you. It's just the stuff about you that you don't normally think about on the day-to-day basis. So if you want to feel more in tune with it, just invite it in. Just allow it the space it needs for things to start rising to the surface. Mindfulness is also a great way to tap into your subconscious mind. Just by being more aware of yourself, just being more mindful. Just practicing watching your thoughts instead of participating in your thoughts. Maddie Bear said they act more empathetic to poop than to mental health. That's true because everybody believes in poop, but not everybody believes in mental health. Me personally, I found that meditation has been the biggest factor in my ability to tap into my subconscious mind. It's what allows me to recognize patterns within myself. It's what allows me to identify, the causes and the behaviors that I've been engaging in. Just by observing, just by watching. You can't really make demands of your subconscious. That doesn't really work. You can't really force your subconscious to do anything. You kind of have to just sit there and watch it and see what happens. What?
So I'd been fucking around with like T-Mobile because I really need a new streaming phone. And because of the way my account is set up, because I got a settlement from T-Mobile for a stalker consistently stealing my information, it's at like this private like headquarter type shit. So I'd been like corresponding with this guy all day because I've been like trying to get it upgraded in the store. And they just could never get my account to show up correctly, so he just sent me the brand new Samsung S24 Ultra for free.
What?
And you can ask Joshua, I've been like kind of like, we've been a little bit tight on money, so I've been like, fuck, I really need to upgrade this phone, but I don't want to because I don't have the money. And I'm like, wow, so it worked out. But I had to have it sent to Mike and Vio's house.
For free?
For free. It's a $1,300 phone.
High five. W.
But babe, the gift that we wanted to get Mike isn't gonna get there in time.
It's not gonna get there in time. It was supposed to be Prime eligible.
It says it won't be there till Saturday.
So do we need to find something else? Or what do we want to do?
I don't know.
Huh. When does it need to get there by?
Friday morning, probably.
I guess we can look for something different that will arrive.
Yeah.
Just add that to the list of stuff I need to do tonight before we leave tomorrow morning. Where are we going? We're going to Vegas. We're gonna go hang out with Mike Frump. Well, now I gotta look at new gift ideas. I'd already spent weeks finding that one.
Do I just try to order it to no, but I still don't think it would get there. I should have tried to order it like Sunday, but I just thought because it was saying like next
It
day.
said Prime shipping. I thought that meant 2
might
days.
just be to here though. It might not be to
They
there.
don't have Prime.
I
Okay.
don't know. Maybe it was just closer to here. I don't know.
Shit. Alright, we'll try to find something different. Try to find something that can make it there in time. Well, shit. Waiting for the ad break to end. Baklava can be free. Free baklava. Spare them from the advertisements. Well, dang. I was stoked about that gift idea. that it's not gonna make it in time. Damn. I'm gonna have to think of something else. That was a good idea too, damn. Shit. Hi, Papa. My BF introduced me to one of his friends a few years back, and that person's GF and I have become close-ish. I'll call her Nicole. Nicole and I started to hang out a bit more lately, and she has started opening up more. She has a lot of things happening in her life, and most of our relationship consists with her talking about her trauma. I've accepted that I'm her trauma friend, but now it's a bit awkward since now she's starting to have relationship problems. She's used my place as a safe haven a couple times as her relationship is starting to become toxic. It's been toxic, if we're being real. If we're being real, it's been toxic. It's just that the toxicity has become too much. Toxicity doesn't normally just spring out of nothingness, you know? It's like normally there are things that are there from the beginning. But anyway, besides the point. She says her BF has anger issues, and she's mentioned that recently there's been some abuse. Then get out of there, girl. Get out of there. Physical abuse is one of the biggest precursors to getting moited. It's like people who are physically abusive don't just stop being physically abusive. It typically only gets worse. TBH, I don't know how else to help her except to offer a place in my home when she needs it, tell her friends to stay at their place. Since I'm pretty far from her, and get counseling. Also, just to have a plan in case you have to go immediately. Like, where would you go in the case of an emergency? Most places have a shelter hotline and they can find you a place to go if you're in an abusive relationship and you need a place to stay. Maybe having a bag packed. Also, get out of there. Like, physical abuse isn't something that anybody should have to tolerate. So do what you need to do to get out of there. Can't say that enough. I think it just puts my BF and me in a weird position, so I feel a bit uncomfortable. It's like, yeah, abuse is rarely comfortable. But I would try to look at this as, this is somebody who trusts you. This is somebody who felt comfortable to confide in you, because these are hard things to talk about. A lot of people get abused for years and never talk to anybody about it because it's stressful and it's difficult to talk about this kind of stuff. Not sure what else to do. If you have any advice, I'd greatly appreciate it. You've already done a lot, and you've already been helpful in all the ways that you could expect a person to be helpful. I would just maybe ask her questions to get her thinking and planning as for what her next step should be. Also, your boyfriend needs to possibly have a conversation with this so-called friend of his. It's like, If I found out that one of my friends, if I found out that one of my friends was being physically abusive, it's like he's gonna have me to worry about now. Because that shit's not cool. Also, this should be a deal breaker on your friendship. Like, I don't want to be friends with somebody who abuses their partner. Because that, on some level, says that I'm okay with that behavior, and I can't be okay with that behavior. When you're in a relationship with an abusive person, you know, they often restrict the amount of contact you can have with other people. And so if she's been able to like engage with you and talk to you, it's like that says a lot. That says a lot. And, you know, I would just let her know, like, we'll help in any way that we can, but we need to figure out a plan because this is only gonna perpetuate. This isn't like these types of things. It's like, unless the person who's being physically abusive is like, okay, I can acknowledge this. I am a damaged person. I will be going to counseling. I will, you know, like, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I've found that people who are physically abusive tend to not be really willing to do all of that work, and because they typically will just blame other people. They're like, well, I only hit you because you made me mad. Is that? Oh. Yes. Like, do they have any friends or family that they could stay with more long term if need be? Like, let's say they had to get out of there and they had to, you know, go stay somewhere else for a while as they try to get back on their feet. Like, maybe they might need help with getting a ride or help with getting, like, a train ticket or a bus ticket, or, you know, just try to approach it practically with them. Be like, what can we help you with? Like, how can we help you navigate out of this situation? She's so cute. Is this not the cutest cat you've ever seen? Just look at her. I'm sorry, she's mine.
Give her.
Okay.
Give her.
Uh,
Miss Baby.
Dang. She's being stubborn. She has friends, but she doesn't want to tell them about this because she doesn't feel comfortable telling them. She keeps telling me that she doesn't want their opinion on the matter. It's like, girl, that's the least of your worries. It's like, that's the least of your worries. I'm like, this guy could kill you. This guy could, you know, do permanent harm to you. Like, you got bigger fish to fry. You got bigger problems than what your friends are gonna think. It's like, this is your life. But this is something that you commonly see in these abusive types of situations. But the truth is that the people who are the biggest support to her, they need to know so that they can offer that support. Otherwise, what's the point of having supports? Because this is also unfair for you to have to keep all of these secrets. It's unfair to her, it's unfair to you, it just contributes to the unfairness of the situation. I would just let her know. It's like you need to get more help and assistance on this. It's like your friends need to know so that they can help you. Maybe offer to help her do that. It's like, would you like to tell them, or would you like me to tell them, or would you like us to do it together? It's like, if she wants to break this cycle of abuse, she has to speak out. What might be helpful is just talking about it. Like, you need to talk to your friends about it. They need to know what's going on. Would you rather tell them yourself, or should we tell them together? You don't really want to give the option of, we're not going to tell them, because that just enables the abuse. And you don't want to enable the abuse. Sweeping it under the rug, not telling people about it, not talking about it, that enables it. So would you like to tell them? Or should we tell them together? Because they probably already know more than you'd think. They probably already have their suspicions. They probably already see some of the signs and symptoms. And so they're probably just waiting for you to ask for help. They probably already know that you need help. They're probably just waiting for you to ask for it. Like, you don't want to betray their trust by, like, going to their friends and telling them about all their business. You want to be their ally in this. You want to be there to support them, but you also want to encourage them to expand their supports. So that's why you ask them, do you want to tell your friends about it? Or should we do it together? I'm scared for her because she also pays rent with him, so it's another thing to tie her down. Well, that will become his problem if she leaves. Paying the rent will become his problem. But in these abusive types of situations, one of the most important things that you can do is help a person to reconnect and to talk about these problems with the people who are their supports in life. Because so much of what goes into emotional abuse is you're made to feel like you have to keep it to yourself, you're made to feel like you can't talk about it, and that's part of the abuse. So you gotta break that cycle. You gotta be brave. Otherwise, it's just gonna keep on going on. Just try your best to be supportive and politely encourage her to keep reaching out for other support. Also, get out of there. You should hang out with me IRL, trust me. Let's do it, man. Let's go. Alright, just give me the time and a place. I might be there. You never know. Could happen. Rain Domain, am I pretty? You're not just pretty, you're beautiful. Best of luck, Evie's another. You are a good friend, and clearly you're somebody that radiates trustworthiness. You're just one of those people that people feel comfortable confiding in. Well, that's a good thing. Ice cream was a fail because of anxiety. So this is a learning opportunity. It's not a failure yet until we just refuse to learn from the situation. There were a lot of people, music blasting so loud I heard it far in the woods, and just so much going on. Yeah, 'cause it's a party. That's what parties are like. But hey, we all like to celebrate in our own way. I called my roommate, who I haven't hung out with much since she's always at her boyfriend's dorm. She said she was tired and has been going and just wants to stop for a minute and nap. I was frustrated that I was trying to stop my go by having fun and doing something at an event, but wasn't comfortable enough to do it on my own. You'll get there, though. You'll get there. You're working your way up to it. Think of yourself as a weightlifter. Like, you've been getting stronger and you've been practicing lifting heavier and heavier weights. And then you're like, you know what? Let's see. Maybe I can lift this really big one. And then you try it and you're like, that's a little too heavy. That's okay. It doesn't mean you're not strong still. You just need to continue to work your way up. After I cried about it to the frogs, I went back for a second attempt. This time the ice cream truck was gone and the food was over, even though there were still bouncy houses and such. So I ended up going to Wendy's and grabbing... Hey, look, you tried again? You went back in for a second attempt? That's honestly pretty badass. There you go. I hope you recognize your strength in that. So I ended up going to Wendy's and grabbing a combo with a Frosty. Gotta say, I do love Frosties. I came back to my dorm an hour after calling my roommate, and she had finished napping and is back at her boyfriend's room. I wish I had more friends on campus, even though this is the finals week of my college career. This is the final weeks of my college career. I'm not upset with her, but I do wish I could have gone and experienced it with someone. Well, you experienced it with all of us, so that counts. So we were there with you in spirit. I'm not upset with her, but I do wish I could have gone and... Okay, I took a video of the frogs that I might attempt to post in the Discord if it isn't too long. Thanks for riding along with me during my day. Yeah, I want to hear those frogs. I want to hear them go... Wah! Wah! Yep, 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 yep. Other frog noises. All these sounds and more. The music of the swamp. Well, sheesh. I have to find a new gift idea last minute. Something that can get there. Jeez. This sucks. This sucks. I had a gift idea planned, and apparently it's not gonna arrive. It would arrive too late. But it would normally not be a problem that it arrives late, but if it arrives at his house, they wouldn't be there to pick it up. Maybe we could order it to a pickup location. Maybe there are other options. I'll have to think about it. I wish I had more confidence. Done. Wish granted. What next? Frogs gave you confidence, as they should. Frogs, they just spew confidence. They just go out there and they just start screaming. They don't give a fuck. They just go out into the world and they're like, hey! I'm over here! Confidence hack. If you want to feel more confident, adjust your posture. Embrace a confident posture. Confidence is like 80% posture. And it's 20% trying to convince yourself that you are confident. Can you believe Casey got a new Samsung 24 Ultra for free? Video did upload? Oh. Now I'm curious. Love it. I love it. Bigger. I love nature. When you spend some time in nature, you realize just how healing it can be in all sorts of different ways. So my brother is having a baby. And I've been so excited for him. And he has allowed me to be a part of its life. And its aunt. And I'm so stoked. The only thing he doesn't want my he doesn't want my parents to be a part of its life, which makes me sad AF. My parents did everything for my brother, and I feel like at this point it's not even about him, it's going to be about his kid, and allow it the opportunity to know its grandparents, so I'm really conflicted, ATM. I'm sure he's got his reasons, and it's important to remember that feelings can change. Things might change after the baby's born. Like, in the time before a baby is born, it's like your stress level is high. And so you might not be thinking about things as logically as you normally could. And sometimes stress can make us say things that we don't entirely mean. So I would just enjoy the position that you have and enjoy the role that you will get to play in this child's life. And then maybe help to mend that gap. Maybe just encourage that connection. I think this is a thing that might be able to be healed in time, you know? I'm sure he's got his reasons for doing it. But his reasoning might change. So I would just give it time. Honestly, the perspective might change once the child is born and he's like, okay, now I'm a parent. And in becoming a parent, you may suddenly gain a new empathy for your parents. Sometimes it just doesn't really click until the baby's born. Because there's going to be a point where he's holding his child and he's going to think about his parents holding him. Oh, you can see Beaver back here. Look, he's in his cube. Hey, Beaver. Oh, Beaver, don't make me hanging. Give me a high five. Come on, Beaver, don't leave me hanging. Here you go. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Boy, that's my baby bee. Isn't he cute? is Peter? Peter's right here. Peter. 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 I love dogs. Oh, that's Scout honking. Scout's the honker. Scout's the honker. So yeah, questioner, I would just, give him time. Give him time. His mind may change. He might just be mad about something at the moment. It might be something that he's able to move past. Sometimes you just need to give people time for their feelings to change. Dogs? You revealed Beaver again. I have these dogs snoofing around, and I got Beaver over here. Look at him. He's so cool. He's so cool. I'm sure you're going to be a great aunt. That's what matters. Excuse me? Dude, no. Oh, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Nuh-uh. Not acceptable. Out. 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 Oh, why isn't he leaving? He's just coming closer to me. Go away. I'm telling you to get out of here. And he's just like, huh? Come closer? Huh? This dog does not respect my boundaries. Where do I find good men, like, actually? I don't know. Good question. I don't know. I don't know, like, what qualities are you looking for in a person? Do you want somebody who's kind and compassionate? Like, go find somebody who volunteers. Go find somebody who, shows the same moral characters that you're looking for in a person. I don't know. What makes a man good to you? I don't know. I feel like there are good people all over the place. Some sifting. He's here.
Oh, yeah.
Sunglasses, Beaver. Look at the size of him. Look at the size of him. Beaver. So handsome. He used to be so small. He used to be about the size of his head. I could hold him in one hand. He was a tiny little baby. But now he's large and in charge. This cat. Just look at all this cat. Is this what we're doing now? Baby mode. Hmm. Sweet boy. See you later, little dude. I mean, big man. See you later, big man. That's a big boy. There is a saying, the right partner is not someone you find, but someone you become. That sounds familiar. That sounds like something I've said before. My mom is the I'm your mother, not your friend type. Whereas my dad likes to dump. All dads like to dump. Sorry, it was a joke. Can't help myself. I have a child. My mom is the... Oh, my noise gate. Oh yeah, it was because of Atticus. Atticus came in here and he started barking right behind me, and my reflex is turn down the sensitivity on my microphone to spare everyone's eardrums. Da 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 da. That sounds better. Okay. My mom is the I'm your mother, not your friend type, whereas my dad likes to dump. Such as, oh, my parents are gone, my son doesn't talk to me, yada yada. I have a good relationship with both of my parents, but my dad is definitely more open about everything, and I try to be the same with him. I don't really take crap in general, so if he's arguing with my mom and getting out of hand, I instinctually step in and join the conversation. What I'm curious about is my mom's thought of, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. That's the kind of mindset we need to work away from. First off, you're humans, you're not dogs. Like, maybe this sentiment rings true for dogs, but we aren't dogs. She thinks his way of thinking and his stubbornness can never change. I personally believe that words from loved ones can have an impact on the way you see and go about things. Absolutely. 100%. Some people wait their whole lives to change. Some people wait their whole lives to let stuff go. So just try to do it sooner than that, I guess. One thing I've said to my dad that he's taken to heart over the years is, home is where we should feel comfortable saying what's on our mind and your honest opinion. So yeah, I guess I want to know if I should keep sharing my thoughts and insights with my dad, or if my mom's right and it wouldn't do much to change anything. I would say the former. I would keep sharing your thoughts and insights. We keep growing our entire lives. The rate of growth might slow as you get older, but it doesn't mean that you're still not growing, you're still not learning. Old people still learn stuff. Sometimes it just takes a little while longer. Because when you've been stuck in a certain way of thinking, it can take more time and more effort to learn a different way of thinking. Because I think if you looked back through your history, you could probably see that in some ways your dad has changed. You might have to sit down and think about it and look at it and, because the thing about change within people is that it takes time, and sometimes the way and the rate that people change is so gradual that you might not notice it and you might not even know that there's been any change. You might think that they're the same, but they've been changing this whole time. It was just so gradual that you didn't know. I don't know. Whenever you shut off your emotions and just stop talking about them, it's like that rarely ever does anybody any good. Why am I blue now? What happened? My light color. What? I need my camera to like readjust. It made me blue. I turned off the automatic white balance, but it keeps turning itself back on because Logitech software sucks balls. The Logitech hardware is good. It's the software that sucks. I don't know, that did a trick. I did like this, and then that fixed it. I don't know. Make it make sense to me. I don't know. Even if a person can't change, it's like you still want to try. You still want to give it an effort. You still want to believe that people can change. We don't want to write people off and say that we can't change. Life is full of opportunities for learning. Am I enough? You're more than enough. You are always enough, and you will always be enough. My mom literally said, I'm not going to change. I'm yada yada years old and there's no point in changing. So she's afraid of changing. That's what I hear. Whenever I hear somebody say, I'm not gonna change. I can't change. All that says to me is, oh, so you're afraid. So you're a little poo-poo diaper baby. You're a little chicken. Bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Afraid to change. Bark, 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 bark. Don't do that last part. Don't do that part. That was just between us, okay? She doesn't like things out of her control. Well, I'd hate for her to find out that the entire world is outside of your control. Oops. One of the things that stresses people out so much is the upkeep of the illusion that they have control. People spend so much time and energy and money to try to maintain control over that which they have no control over. also want to tell my dad certain things, but feel weird telling him as his daughter. Like, I don't know, I'm not his bestie, if you know what I mean. He wants to get a pool table. I don't have the money for a pool table. He thinks it'll make him happy or give him purpose. I almost want to tell him to wait and save up money so he can enjoy those things when he's retired and not working. I'd even want to help the relationship with my brother and father, but sometimes being a mediator can be exhausting. I know things could work in any aspect if I try hard enough, but how do I know when to stop? Don't stop till you get enough. Don't stop till you get enough. Come on. Don't stop till you get enough. No, honestly, one of the best things about a parent-child relationship is you can tell them stuff that even their best friend might not tell them. You get to keep it real with them. Whenever I duck out of frame, it turns me blue. Stupid auto balance. Hold on, maybe I can. Whenever I put my arms over my head, it balances back out. All of the whiteness balances it back out. Okay. Okay. No, we didn't, thanks. Yeah, I look really white because I have all these lights blasting me. Look, I got a light. Another light. It's because you have to have a bunch of lights on you when you have a green screen behind you. Because you have to illuminate the green screen properly. So I'm washed out. In real life, I'm slightly less white. I'm not as sickeningly pale. I've got a little bit of color. I feel like these types of conversations with your parents, these are the times where you can bring up the stuff that they taught you when you were younger. Be like, now Dad, remember what you taught me about delayed gratification? I mean, a pool table can make you happy, but it can't really give you purpose. Unless your purpose is to become a professional billiards player or something. I don't know. It's like the relationship that you have with your dad is one that, like, you can be absolutely truthful and honest. If you don't have money for a pool table, you'd be like, Dad, we don't have money for a pool table. So you're either gonna have to get a used one or save up for one. Meanwhile, a best friend would probably be like, oh, sweet, man, you're gonna get a pool table? Hell yeah. Let me know when I can come over and we can play some pool. Owning a pool table is cool, but you know what's even cooler? Having a friend with a pool table. Because then you don't have to have a pool table taking up your house. You don't have to have a big, heavy, single-use object occupying an entire room of your house. You just have a friend, and you go over there and you play pool when you want to. It's even better. As far as your last question, how do I know when to stop? Stop and take breaks. Stop and pause. When you feel yourself being emotionally drained, just take some time away and work on yourself, and allow yourself to emotionally recharge. If you're starting to feel exhausted and drained, it's okay to take a break. Maddie Bear has a pool table. We will all be there soon. We're all coming over. All of us. I hope you have enough snacks. I also consider how I should go about it in a way that won't deter him from going to me about future things that he's excited about. I feel like he comes to me because my mom would probably shut him down on a lot of things. He's very creative. I helped him make a door stopper out of golf balls last weekend. Haha! There's a balance to be had there. It's like you can match somebody's excitement, but you can also ask them questions. Like, you don't have to shut them down and just say no. You can be like, that's a cool idea. How are we going to make that happen? How are we going to afford that? Like you can still be excited, but you can also be realistic and reasonable. It's about trying to find that balance, I don't think he's ever gonna stop coming to you because, you're his kid and he seems to have a good bond with you. And so I don't think that's gonna change. But you can also be somebody that helps him stay grounded. Anyway, pool party at Maddie's later. Be there. Should we bring anything? Should I bring a dip? How do you feel about a dip? Maybe bring some Dwinks. Captions. I said Dwinks. But my captions keep saying Twinks. I'm not bringing Twinks to the party. Although I could, if you want me to. I know a bunch of them. I could probably get like 20. Pool table party? No, it's a pool party. It's where we play pool, but the decorations are pool themed, and everyone is in their swimsuits. That's kind of cool, actually. I know. I need to figure out a new gift for Mike. The one that we thought about isn't going to work. Or I need to figure out a different way to get it. I might be able to have it delivered to a different location, and then maybe we could pick it up. It's his birthday soon. It's gonna be his birthday soon. That's why we're going to Vegas. Well, we're going to Vegas, but then we're also going to LA. We're gonna drive to LA from Vegas. That's what I'm thinking. We might need to do like an Amazon locker, or, you know, sometimes you can pick up your Amazon purchases from like TJ Maxx or something. Like sometimes these stores will have like lockers at their locations. So maybe something like that would work. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure something out. Have to figure out something. Caught up on questions for the moment. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm getting kind of hungry. What's the gift? I can't tell you. Because I might still get that gift. It might still be that gift. I don't want to spoil. So he could be here right now for all we know. He could be watching us. He could be watching at this very moment. Well, I'll hang around for a few more minutes I'll hang around for a few more minutes, alright? Because I've got some stuff I gotta do. I gotta get packed. Also, I'm hungry. Yeah, I need to do something about this. Hey! Gold Brain. Seen Darling, thank you for the 9 months. Gold Brain unlocked. Safe travels, thank you. I'll try my best. I don't think I'm gonna be on a Boeing, so I should be okay. Huh. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. So let's take a moment. We'll talk about what's going on. I'm gonna be going out of town. I'm gonna try to do some streaming while I'm out of town, but things might be a little different. I might do like a stream from my phone. I might do a stream from Vio's laptop. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But regardless of what happens, I'll try to keep you posted on the Discord. Feeling rumbly in my tumbly. Feeling a little bit rumbly in my tumbly, if you know what I mean. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas stream. I had my Fear and Loathing moment in Las Vegas before. Walked 12 miles up and down the Vegas Strip. It was a heat wave. It was a good time. Oh, I don't have to poop. I already pooped. I'm just hungry. Because I'm always hungry. Yep, I'm gonna call it a little early today because I'm gonna go figure out what's for dinner, and I'm going to go get packed my trip. So, have a great night, everybody. Have a great night. I want to play a song. What song should I play? A little bit of Ace of Base to send you on your way. Alright, everybody. Take good care of yourselves. See you next time. Vegas stream? Question mark? If not on my channel, I might be popping in on somebody else's channel. You never know. Either way. Oh yeah, Casey got a new phone, so we'll be doing some IRL. Casey got a new phone, we'll be doing some IRL content. See you in Vegas. We didn't even use the wheel today. We didn't even use the wheel today, and I don't know how to feel about it. Alright, stay safe. I love you all. Bye. Mwah.